Hi, hi, friends. We are live. Let's see. Hello. I just threw this on and didn't even see how it looked yet. But I was like, if we're gonna be designing beanies, we need. Oh shoot! With the mic. Oh, sorry, guys. Maybe we can put the mic right here. Let me know how that is. Ridley, go lay down. I also have to sit like crisscross. Go. I have to sit crisscross applesauce in this chair because of I want to be able to hear, but also this covers my ears. Crisscross applesauce in this chair because I'm at my desk. I'm at like my sewing will you stop? I just got here. Sewing table. Oh, I'm gonna push you out of the way. There we go. Maybe I can put my leg down there like that. The puppies have been locked up for the morning too, so they are jealous and want attention. Okay, sorry, you might hear a repeat. Bless you. Oh, I closed my phone. I wanted to hear. Stop it, don't lick my boo-boo. Okay, testing. That sounds okay. I just have to remember if I walk away. I'm gonna leave my mic here because I feel like I'm gonna be flipping my hair in front of the mic a lot. So we're gonna leave it there. Hopefully that'll help. All right. Yeah. So hi everyone, welcome. We're going to be working on some embroidery files today. As you can see, the setup is a little different than usual, and all these embroidery files that we work on today, I'm hoping to put up on my Etsy and my website, and there will be a 10% off coupon code that I will release in this live. If you guys want to use it, if you want to use the embroidery files, and you can put them on whatever you like and you can sell them. Okay, you can have these. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and this is finally giving me the push that I need. I want to edit some of my embroidery files to use for myself, and I'm like, what a better time to edit the embroidery files than to go ahead and edit, because they're on my old embroidery software, so I need to edit them on the new embroidery software, which I use Hatch, and I might as well save them into a different document, into a different file, that way you guys can use them too. So yeah, I'll get that in a minute. I'm just gonna get the flash drive. But when more people get in here, I'll release the coupon code, and I'll say it a few times during the video. But yeah, there's going to be a coupon code, and it will be on my embroidery patterns and in the hoop patterns and sewing patterns. So it'll be 10% off, and as far as I know, this will be on my website the whole time. So, if you ever need patterns, use that 10% off code. I also will have chat over here to see, so if I miss something, I will try to keep looking over here at my phone. Etsy said, save and share, and we'll take 4% off the order total off your Etsy bill when you make an eligible share link. Okay. All right, so the first one we're going to be working on is Drift Loom. Also, this is my burn. It does look better. If you guys didn't see it in my last live that kind of got cut off, I poured 450 degrees grease on myself when I was taking meatloaf out of the oven, and I tilted the pan. And so this is about a week old, a little over a week, because I did this last Monday night, so not yesterday night, but the whole week before. So it is healing, but it itches so bad. So if I keep like itching it, I might have to put some aloe on it and like put a sleeve on it so that I'll stop touching it. All right, so we're gonna work on Drifloom because I have a bunch of purple bucket hats that I've made a few Drifloom hats, but I haven't made a whole bunch because I only had like 2. I ordered an Amazon like bundle color bucket hats and it had like 2 purples, and I have made probably like 2 or 3 Drifloom bucket hats, but I ordered like, I think I have at least 10, so I need to make some Drifloom bucket hats. So that's what I'm gonna do right now, is make this embroidery design. I doodled this on my iPad, so everyone knows I didn't copy anyone's stuff, okay? I actually have this file of different designs that we're gonna be working on today. I doodled this today, which I've made this one before. But I do have one, so these are kind of designs I already did, but we have one for Embroidery as well. Pretty basic. I want people to be able to use this as, like, if they want to make a plushie, they can use this, or if they want to put it on beanies too. But one of the new ones I am working on is Glaceon, and it's pretty basic. And I was gonna do Eevee next, that's why Eevee's in the corner. But I kind of just, I take inspiration from the hats that I've already made. So that is why they look similar to the hats, the fleece hats. I also worked on a Sylveon one, and I like the idea of adding a bow, but for the like purpose of embroidery files to share with people, I probably won't put the bow on it. I'll probably add that to my own later. All right, Drifloom. And if there's any embroidery patterns that you guys would like to see, anything that you're interested in, anything that you might need, let me know. It doesn't have to be Pokemon. It can be whatever. So let's go into digitizing, and they do have one. I think this is what I did last time. They do have like an X, I think, already made. But there's kind of... But I do think I remember not liking. So there's this like cross. And I do believe that you can change it. Maybe not. So we might just kind of freehand this, kind of go off what I doodled. I think that's what we'll do. All right, so we're gonna just take our digitized close shape tool. I'm just gonna go around here. And I do think I want it more rounded than like sharp corner. So we'll just follow it around. If you guys aren't familiar with Hatch, or I think any embroidery software, if you right click, it'll make it curved, and then if you left click, it'll be more like of a straight point, like if you were gonna turn a sharp corner. And then we just press enter, and it does it for us. And of course we're gonna have to like tweak this a little bit, so we're gonna go into sometimes it's reshape. That's what we're gonna do. Ashley, I've been working, so I'm just popping in. What program do you use to make your embroidery files? I use Hatch Embroidery. I'm still kind of new to it. I was using Sophie Sew, which is a free embroidery software, but it was made in like 1996, and that was the last time it was updated. I do recommend Hatch. I believe it's by Wilcom. not mistaken. I think. And I really like it because I was very hesitant to learn a whole new software. And I'm very happy with it. And I believe I've been able to find like all the tutorials and stuff that I need on YouTube. So it is very, there's like lots of good tutorials. I've heard good things about Embroidery too, but this is just kind of the first one I did with the free trial. It was a 30-day free trial, and I was like, I need to buy it now. I will say I think they do it 2 times a year. I think around summertime they do like a $300 off because it is like $1,000. I think it's like $999. But I believe during the summer, and I know around Christmas time, like they had a Black Friday deal, you get $300 off. So that's what I did, even though that was a hard time for me to spend that much money. It was worth it, and I'm glad I did it. But it was definitely like, oh, it's a big chunk of money. Okay, you see right here, I needed another dot there, because like, especially, I probably should have done a straight line for this right here. And technically it's not too late. I can still put a straight line, but we're gonna try to just go with it. Oh no, you're good. Sorry for listening and still working, LOL. And that's all great to hear. I downloaded it for the trial, but haven't played around with it yet. That's okay. I think as long as you haven't like opened it yet, I don't think your free trial will start yet. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on that. But you know, I think you could just enter another email, I believe, if you need to do if you have another email and do another free trial. I do think you can do that. But yeah, I did the free trial, and I probably used it before my free trial stopped like 3 or 4 times. But like after the first time, I'm like, oh, why did I take so long to switch from my old software? Because for the most part, all embroidery softwares are going to be somewhat the same. So, is it Ink Stitch? Something like that. I've seen a lot of people try like to talk about it and like say that they use it, but it's free up to an extent, I think. I tried to look into it and I just didn't love it. I think I even tried to watch a tutorial. Maybe the tutorial I just didn't love, like the people. But it just seemed like a whole lot. I think for the Ink Stitch, you can do more than just embroidery. Like, I think it's made for other things, and I think that's what threw me off. And it took me forever, I think, to find the tutorial where I'm like, I just need to know, like, show me how to make a circle. Show me how to do the dots. That's all I need to know. And I think it took so long to try to find that video. I don't even know if I ever did. I think I gave up on it. Okay, we're gonna change this to yellow. And we're just gonna see how I like the eggs. So one thing I know, you can kind of see these stitches. You can kind of see this stitch line right here. One thing I am going to do is I do want to change the angle of that. Oh gosh, sorry. The one thing I liked about the other program is that I could like move the screen if I left clicked, but for this one that duplicates it. I'm sure there's something I can tweak to change that, but alright, so to change, we got to go back into reshape. And this little orange one, this is the one that's changes the stitch. But also the way I like to think about it, if I'm going to be stitching on a beanie, and it's like the knit fabric, the knit goes up and down. Sorry. Here we are again with my hair in my face, tickling my nose. The knit of the beanie goes up and down. So I like to make the stitches go a long way across so that they're not getting lost in that up and down. So I don't want to go too far, like, you can see my stitches going down. I don't want to go too far up and down, but I think this will be okay. And did you guys see that it got rid of that, like, weird line? So if I go all the way across, you can see this, like weird shadow. That's where it starts and stops. So that's where it's gonna, like, meet back up in the embroidery. And I want to make that as smooth of a transition as possible. So I do like this angle, and I think what's happening here is it's coming right over here on the edge. So it might give us a funky edge, but we'll just play it by ear and see what it looks like on the actual product. Okay, see what I made? That square means that it's a like a 90-degree angle is what it can do. A sharp edge. And that, I'm not sure if that's gonna help me or hinder me. But see, I really like that angle. That looks like really nice and sharp. Where see these kind of, so maybe I do want to do that. Maybe I do kind of want it to come to a point. And this is a thing that nobody else is probably going to notice this but me. So, like, I don't know how much of a big deal it is, and it might not even show. See, that feels like that might look a little weird. It's not awful, but see how I kind of does look like it comes to a little bit of a point. I think it works. And I'm just checking to see if all this looks even. Maybe this side could come down a little bit. Like that. I think, is there a way I can move? Show grid. Oh, no, I want to show grid. Okay. But I guess I can just move this all together. I want to make sure it's going to hit at the top of the same place. So see, this side needs to come up a little bit. We're just going to stretch this a little bit. And what I could have done was make one side of the X and then, like, duplicate it, and then I think weld it together is the word that I want to use. Oh no, did I lock it up? You're fine. Okay, so I want it to come a little higher, but it's starting to bulge out. Alright, that looks okay. And then, let me just make sure the bottom looks like it lines up pretty good, and then we can move on to the eyes. The eyes are gonna be so easy. And now, I also wanna see if they go through, like, the middle of the X. Okay, so this line goes through the middle of the X, and this goes, not through the middle, but that's pretty lined up. But this one doesn't. So I am going to just tweak this a little bit. Make sure that's not too much. it looks okay. Looks good to me. Alrighty. So now let's do the eyes. So we're gonna unhide the face again. And I can go ahead and move this over here just so it looks pretty again. And they do have circle and oval. So I'm just gonna make this, I'm just gonna click, make it kind of as big as I wanted. Click again, and now this is how wide I want it. Click again, and then we can press enter, and it will make it just like that. And then I'm going to rotate it just a little bit, except for I didn't want it. And then there's a little rotate tool. So they have a quick select of like left and right 15 degrees, and then this automatically goes counterclockwise. But if you need it to go the other way, I usually just put like -3 to make it go negatively that way. So there's one, and we're gonna make this black thread. And see, if you get close, you can see these stitches. It's going horizontal. And this is the tatami. This is usually the go-to stitch. And then I like to do satin if I want something to be more raised, or if I'm going to do an outline of a stitch, like go around the border. Satin is good for that. So I'm going to duplicate this eye since we want it exactly the same and we like how that looks. And then I like to see, looking at the like X and Y axis, I want to make sure the height is the same. So this is at, for Y, 0.762, and this one's at 0.791. So we're just going to do 0.762. That way we know they're exactly the same on the Y axis. And then they should be the same width, and it's kind of just more of like distance because I did eyeball this on my iPad. So if you want to know about the distance, you can look like, you can move your grids. I know there's got to be a way for me to just move. Just move the grid. Yeah, that just moves the picture behind it. But again, now that we have what we want, we can hide that picture, and then we can move this again, like, oh, I want this right in the middle of that line, and then I want these we'll say, you know, halfway to the next line. And of course, you can like budge these a little bit. I think we want them down a little. Like that. This one needs to go over a little more. I'm just looking at the space between like this and the line. So like from here, 1.5. Like if you're looking at this line, 1 box and then a half a box, 1 box and a half a box. So let me just double check. I did move them up a little bit. So 9, 4, 5, 9, 5. That's just to get them on the same height again. And yeah, that should be pretty much it. Looking at the stitches. Oh, you see, now I can see this line now that I zoomed out. But sometimes it doesn't show up. Like, you know, since it took me that long to see that, I think it'll be okay. But I am like, well, now do I want to just angle it more so it doesn't get lost in the creases? But another thing you can do is you can move this is like your, I believe this green diamond is where it's going to start, and then this X is where it's going to stop. So if I wanted to, I can move this all the way down here, And now, like, it should go, it'll do, I think, like an outline. And then it'll, like, do, and it'll stop down here. Oh, goodness. That's not what I wanted. So sometimes I just move this around. So now it's like coming here, and then it's got a little bit over there. The good thing though about this software though is that it does overlap really good. So you usually don't have to worry too much. Oh my gosh, I did it again. About it not filling. It's kind of just like thinking about where your fabric is gonna bunch up. If it's gonna push all the... Oh my gosh. With a little hand. I shouldn't have done this. Now I'm gonna be like really picky. Alright, we'll do that. And we have that over there. And we'll just angle it. We'll angle it down. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Alright. But if you have it stitching, and then it goes and like stitches the top part, and then it comes and it stitches the bottom part, and then you have that gap that hasn't been stitched yet, then all your fabric's kind of going to get pushed through that hole, and then when it goes to stitch that, you still might have fabric coming through. And that's why having an interfacing on top is good, or stabilizer is good. Alright, so now that we feel pretty good about this, we have the colors of our thread how we want. I'm gonna highlight this whole thing. And I'm going to pick the width and the height that I want. So I'm gonna put these on a beanie. Well, actually, this one's going on a bucket hat. But I do know that my hoop size, I can't go wider than 5 inches, and then I can't go higher than 7 inches. But that's not usually a problem for height. But width-wise, we don't want to get too long either, because then it gets wonky trying to put it on the hoop. So I think I usually go with a 4, like 3.5 to 4 width is good. I don't have a ruler right here handy with me. I do have one. And this is from the outside of the eye to the outside of the eye. So I think I am going to go 4.5 on this. And we will see how big this stitches out. So I'm going to save this. And then I'm going to get my flash drive, because I have to put my stuff on a flash drive to load it into my embroidery machine. They're all kind of different. It's going to be the hardest part, is me trying to plug in my USB and everything. I have a limited number. I have 2 limited number. I have 2 USB ports on my computer. And I really need more. Sorry. 2 is not enough. Alright, so now I'm going to export this onto my flash drive. And I do have a beanie folder. I found it's very helpful. if you break them up into folders, like if you're doing beanies, you have it in a beanie folder. If you're doing a certain pattern, like I just released my Demogorgon in the hoop pattern, and I have all those files in one on this flash drive. Very nice to have. So while I'm thinking of it, I am going to start a whole new folder on my desktop that is labeled embroidery files for sale. We'll abbreviate it. Perfect. And I'm not going to save that one in there yet because I want to make sure that it's good to go. And I don't want to have to like save it on 5 different things and then it be like the completely wrong size or something. So now we're just going to eject the flash drive. And I wanted to have a camera on my embroidery machine too, but again, I don't have enough this is where I need to make sure I don't have enough USB ports to have my other camera hooked up. So I'll just have to show you guys what the embroidery file looks like when it's done. Oh, also, luckily, like we did it in the order that it's gonna stitch in. So when you're doing this, the files, what you do at the top is what it's gonna stitch first, I believe, unless I'm telling you wrong. So it should stitch the mouth first, which is what we want. I mean, on this one it doesn't really matter. But I do like to do, if there's a middle part, I do like to do the middle part first. That way it kind of, the rest of the fabric, if it moves around, it doesn't move around that one very much. It's gonna start in the middle and then like move the rest of the stuff out. Like if I'm working with beanies specifically. Alright, sorry, I forgot that I didn't have my hoop, my testing hoop set up yet. So, just getting that set up shouldn't take long. Just cutting some stabilizer. And I'm just using white fleece as a test first, in case the stitches come out weird. Hi, Toy Otaku! Always curious how embroidery machine works. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, and if you want to know how I make embroidery files, here's how I do it. It's honestly pretty simple. It is kind of time consuming, and that's where, like, if you commission someone to make an embroidery file for you, that's where the money comes into play. But once you kind of get it figured out and know what tools do what and like the layers and all that stuff, it's not too bad. I actually enjoy it. That's why I'm trying to get more into it and like releasing it to the public so more people can use them. Alright, so I'm just going to move this all the way up. This does look a little big, but we'll see. And I also want to check on stitch time. Right now it says it's going to take 15 minutes, which is about right for my beanies. I have some that are more, I have some that are less, but like the max time that I want to do is like 23. And I think that's what Gengar is. And that gets a little extra. All right, just making sure my mic's not picking up the embroidery machine too bad, because I am kind of close to it. The good thing about Hatch too, it's cool that it shows the texture of different. Yeah, I love that you can see the stitching. The good thing about Hatch is you can start a new program too, or like a new file. So I can do new blank design, and it's gonna keep Drifloom right there. So I can go back to it if I need to change something on the way that it's stitched. Oh, I also didn't show you guys. I see that it's doing it right now, which is also a reason it could take a little bit longer, is it's doing an underlay stitch. So if you click on, like, say the yellow X, go over to stitching, it's doing 2 underlays, which is a little excessive. But this is also where you get into like pull compensation. I use this a lot working with beanies because the fabric can like stretch and be pulled. So I might have to tweak this a little bit if I'm doing a beanie design. And then there's the different type of underlay. So if we need to tweak this, I'll talk a little more about it. But for right now, let's go on to our next design. Which also means I need to put another file in my Google Drive. But since it does that underlay stitch, that does add more time. Where if I take out one of those underlay stitches, it might not take as long. But 15 minutes is not bad. And it also just kind of depends on how much thread you want to use. Okay, I kind of want to do a new one. So we're going to do Sylveon. But if there is a Pokemon you'd like to see, specifically an evolution that you'd like to see, let me know. And I'll go ahead and drop the QR code, or not QR code, the code to get a discount on my embroidery patterns and things like that. It is patterns with an S 2024. And I'll say it a couple times, but this live is going to be up, so you can always come back and get it again later. But patterns 2024, and then you can get 10% off any of my patterns. So that's in the hoop patterns, that is embroidery patterns, sewing patterns. So if you've been wanting to buy one of the patterns, 10% off. These embroidery patterns, I hope to have them up later today. Right, there's the fun. So I doodled these on my iPad earlier, like I said, and I'm gonna pull them up in Hatch. So we'll go up here to add artwork. This is my little doodle I did. And then again, when you're doing an embroidery pattern, you want to kind of start at your base. So the very back, what you want it to do first. For this, I want to do the eyes first. We're going to go to digitize closed shape. And we're just going to make this lovely eyeball. And since this comes to it's like a sharp turn, I am going to left click, and it's going to give me a different dot. You'll see it more. That's where the squares and the circles come into play. And then we just click enter. It's going to close that, and I am going to change this to this pretty teal color. And then I'm going to zoom in a little bit to reshape it. This is really weird having my embroidery machine vibrate next to me, but I'm trying to use the mouse. And then when I like that, I'm gonna do the next layer. But I am going to see. Sylveon has a black outline around their eyes so that their eyes show up better. And I do want to do that on here because especially with a light colored eye and a light beanie, you want that distinct black outline. And that's what I do on my Scooty hats as well. So before I do that, because we know the nose is going to be black too, and the outline of the eye is going to be black, this little, the hairline, if you want to say, I do think I want that to be dark pink. So it will have 4 colors, but let's go ahead and do the eye. I did an oval for this. That might be too big. We're going to change that to white. And then I'm going to move it. And I'm going to rotate it. Now there is a way that you could do digitized holes. I actually haven't played around with that on this software. I've played around with it on my other software I used to use. All right, so the embroidery files, or not files, not done. The X for Drifloom is done. It actually looks really nice. It's a very smooth. Here's what it looks like. I really like it. And you can see that it kind of puckers. That's fine in this case, but I'm gonna have to still see what it looks like on like a bucket hat and a beanie if this kind of underlay stitch is gonna be too tight. But let's do the eyeballs. I gotta change my embroidery thread to black. My sewing room is a mess. Like, it's always a mess, but it is a big mess right now because I have so many different projects I've been working on and I start on and I don't finish it. Ooh. But I'm working on Saki and Riku from League of Legends. Here's Riku, needs his head thing. And then Saki, I almost got done yesterday. She just needs her nose, and then I need to sew this down. And they get like a little diamond that goes on their head. So I'm gonna try to finish that today too, but it probably won't be on stream. Alrighty. So that's gonna stitch out the eyes. We're gonna see. That still might be. It's really big, and but it is really nice. I would like to put it on a shirt, like just a purple shirt or hoodie. Would be really cute. All right. So yeah, looking at these eyeballs, do I think that is too big? Maybe a little. And then I want to try to digitize holes. Oh. It's not, that's not what. All right, so let's see if it's what I need to do. Let's hide this. Okay, back to this. I'm clicked on it, and then I want to digitize holes. So now I make a hole. Okay. Yeah. So when I did that, I kind of just cut out this hole, but it doesn't let me tweak it from there. All right, if I go into reshape though, it does let me tweak it. So this is kind of if I didn't want to, if I don't want the hole to switch over. Let me unhide this. Whoop. This white. You see how I kind of made a hole in the blue? So now I can put my white in there, and if I had it stitch the whole blue and try to stitch the white on top of it, it's gonna be a lot of work. It could possibly break a needle. I do it sometimes, like for the eyes of Riku and Saki. I do go over, and it does fine. But if it's for a bigger area, I don't know if I'll do that. So maybe this will be the first time I test the hole. I do think though I want to get it like exact. Like I want it to line up exactly, or it's gonna need to be like a little bigger. Because let's see, when I hide the picture, you can see that space between it. And so that's gonna be everything underneath. So let's do this. And then I'm gonna go in to reshape, and I'm gonna reshape the oval just a little bit. Except for, I need to add another like dot. Nope. I guess because I just did the circle, it won't let me add another dot. Another thing that I could do is I can come in here to this one, and the stitching I can do the pull compensation. I could change that. Goodness. Okay, sorry. All right, let's try that and see how it's gonna do. This is so big. I don't think I want this drip loom this big. Hi, Rid. How's it going? No, you can't hit the mic. You're hitting the mic. Okay, buddy? I don't think this big drip loom needs to be on a bucket hat, but it could maybe be on a shirt this big. Which, if people want to use it for that, they can. Alright, so we're going to try that. Find my place again. Alright, so now that we have these two together, I'm going to duplicate both of them. I'm going to flip it, and then we can move this over here. That line in the middle might be a problem, but we'll wait and see how it's going to look first. And then now that I've moved that, you can see that it goes blue then white then blue then white. I wanted to do blue together and whites together. And now let's do the hot pink line next. And this is going to digitize an open shape. I'm going to do curve, curve, point, curve, 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 enter. And that's going to start with a single running stitch, but I'm going to change it to a satin stitch. And then it starts automatically with a width of 98. Not remember, I think I usually do like 60 something, but that's of course for beanie sizes. So I'll start with this and see how that feels. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't look like she has an eyebrow, you know? Let's make this dark pink. Okay, I got it. Buddy, I can't get any closer to you. Alright, digitize the nose. Let me digitize the nose and then I'll show you guys what the drift loom looks like. Oh gosh. I did not mean to get that close. Do that edge. Alright, go. Thank you. Move this down a little bit. And I believe I do have some pink beanies to try this out on. Because, you know, Sylveon is white, but you don't really want a white beanie, right? Like, you wouldn't want a white beanie. So I figured I'd just put it on pink. And people will know what it is, who it is. I need to zoom out and see what that is. Into the black. This seems to be tweaked somehow. Maybe the point? Something's not even. I think it's all these, like, I didn't need to put these many dots here. Okay, that doesn't look bad if we maybe rotate it a little bit. Alright, that looks pretty good. Let's look at the drift loom. You guys ready to see how big this is? Okay, here's my hand. Or think of it like on a shirt. How cute would this be though on like a pocket of a hoodie? But it's really hard to embroider hoodie pockets because you have to have like a embroidery arm. But this would be cute, just a purple t-shirt with this on it. Or a purple like sweatshirt. Okay, but let me get a bucket hat to compare. But otherwise, stitching looks really good. Looks really smooth. You guys want a close up? So no lines are coming through. Oh, hello. Focus on me now, please. made it really blurry. Alright, so let's make it a bucket hat. So here's the bucket hat that I have. And with the bucket hat, the area that I have to embroider is right here. And I believe this is going to be too tall. You guys can't really see that. Let me measure this. How do I put them on the bucket hat? So I stitch it on, and I would stitch it onto here. That white was just the test for now to see the sizing. And looking at the size, the height that I have is 3.5, I think. Actually, it's 3. And that's exactly what the height is on here. So I need to make it smaller. Let me see though. Okay, so this is the max size that a 5x7 hoop, which is what this is, and which most home embroidery machines can do. 5x7 is the max, unless you get one of those really big industrial type of embroidery machines. So I am going to keep this file, and this is going to be like the large file. And then I think we'll make a smaller pattern, so that way people can use this size if they want to do like a t-shirt, or if they have like a big plushie that they want to do, because you could put this on a plushie and it would look pretty cute. You could just cut like a purple circle out and border this on, or put this on a purple fabric, then cut out your circle and then kind of stuff it. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to label this big, drift loom large. So I am going to save it to that folder that I was talking about. Where did I put it? We're going to call this drift loom large. Don't need the caps on. Caps wide open. So drift loom large. And then we're going to let that save. But that makes sense. That way you don't lose a hat if it fails. Exactly. Exactly that way. I can check and make sure the stitches look good. And I could embroider this same file on here and it might come out terrible. Because this material, this is fleece, it's going to have a different pull compensation and all that compared to this. Because this is more of a... This is a stretchy fabric. This doesn't stretch as much. You know, different materials, different knits and stuff, all that is going to change how the stitching is going to lay on it. But this, at least, I know the pattern looks decent and is going to work the way it should. All right, so this is the large. I'm going to shrink this to... I think the height max I need is... What'd I say? This was 3. 2.5 would be good for me to play with. And then that makes the width 4 inches. So it'd be somewhere in there. And 2.5 still might be too big. But I'm going to save this again. And we're going to... I think I only need to save it once on my... So I could shrink this on my embroidery machine. it's as big as it could go, but I can make it smaller. But it only lets you shrink it so small before your embroidery software, like on your machine, is like, you altered that pattern too much. It's too small. You need a different pattern. So that's why I like to have a big size and a smaller size. So let's see how small I can make this. And my machine's in millimeters, but whatever, 67.2 millimeters to inches. What did I say? 67.2 millimeters to inches is 2.6. So that's pretty close. Because that was the height. I wanted it to be about 2.5. But now I'm going to make an actual file that size so someone can shrink that file, make it even smaller if they wanted. Okie dokie. Put our flash drive back in. And I am going to go ahead and embroider straight on this bucket hat. I forget that I have to unplug my mouse to plug my flash drive in, and I always reach for the mouse and it don't work. Putting this in the beanie file. I know you guys can't see. I'm saving it. Drift Flume Small is what we're gonna label this. And so the biggest you can use is a 5x7 usually. The smallest, or not the smallest, I guess, but the basic, or what's the word? The go-to size that most of these embroidery machines do is 4x4. And this should fit in the 4x4. Let me double check on that. Yeah. So the new width for the small is 3.8 by 2.5 inches. And the hoop is 4x4. But I can't save a file 4 inches by 4 inches. It would have to be like 3.9 by 3.9. If that makes sense. Okay, I think it's saved. You can see my thing filled out. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna hoop this. Hoopla! Hoop this bucket hat. So I'm gonna take my mic with me. And what I use when I'm doing like beanies and bucket hats is actually this interfacing, I always call this interfacing, stabilizer that is sticky. So it feels like thick paper. Oh no, I need to buy more. Quick, put it on my Amazon list. But it's sticky so that I can like cut in just the top layer, pull it away, and it'll be sticky so that it'll hold the hat or whatever I'm embroidering on in place. So yeah, sticky self-adhesive tear-away stabilizer is what I use. I've ordered both of these before. And this is 12 inches by 10 yards. So it's like 12 inches long. It's a foot long. A foot long! Add to cart. I should probably go ahead and order what's in my cart. We have... I'm not going to get this camera right now. We'll save it for later. I was ordering another webcam, but I'm currently using Joey's. And he doesn't need it right now, so I'm going to postpone having to buy another one as long as possible. Then I have glass screen protectors for my phone. I'll probably still need that. And then dog clippers. We're gonna shave Ridley down. Not like not bald, but he needs a good summer haircut. And then I ordered these little clippies. You know, like Neopets or like the backpack clips that you used to get like from McDonald's. I ordered some of those plastic clips, and I want to put them on some of my like smaller stuffed animals, like the Demogorgon. I think would be cute. And I mean, if somebody wanted a Kirby with a keychain, I think it'd be cute too. And it could be something that I add, like for, I don't know, enough to pay off the keychains, like maybe 200. That's how many pieces there are. Maybe for like $2 more, you can add a keychain, or maybe just $1. I would say $1 to pay off the keychain and $1 for my time. It wouldn't take too long, but if it's really busy, I might not be able to sew it on that fast. I might need a minute. Hello, hi May, welcome. Gotta go, I love the stream. Happy crafting, thank you Toyotaku. Thanks for coming by. Alright, so yeah, let me order this off Amazon. Make sure it's going on the right credit card. And the right address. Alright, looks good. Yay! Maybe Ridley will get a haircut this week. How are you doing, May? How's it going? So my next video will probably be a vlog again. It'll have the eclipse in it, because we did have almost total eclipse. It did get dark, but it was also a little cloudy, so it was kind of hard to see. But I didn't have glasses or anything, so I tried to film it a little bit on my phone. Joey and I also went on like a boba flea market date, and maybe if the clipper's coming in time, I'll include what Ridley looks like when he gets his hair shaved. I'm doing good, working on prints for my next shop update. Yay, that's so exciting. I'll have to see what your next prints are when you release them. Oh, okay, well you say prints. Okay, I thought it was like new prints. I was like, oh, I can't wait to see. It might still be new prints, but yay, that's so exciting. We love shop updates. All right, so I'm just gonna cut this off. Sorry if it's a little loud. This is good too because I feel like it's bucket hat season, and I've been meaning to put more of my bucket hats on my website, like the Drifloom one I really want to put on. And I also think I'm going to add a little cloud on top of it. Maybe I'll do a survey or a poll to see, because sometimes, you know, you want bucket hats or hats in general that aren't crazy over the top. Like I have my crazy over the top, the fleece hats, but sometimes you want to wear cute nerdy stuff that's not like, oh, this is cute and nerdy, you know? And so I'm like, well, do I make this Drifloom hat where it just has a face and it's pretty simple, and like some people can just be like, oh, that's a cute face, or do I put a cloud on top of it so people could use it as a, you know, quick cosplay? Like just wear a purple dress and now you're cosplaying Drifloom, you know? Because I thought about doing that with like Sylveon for like a beanie. Oh, it would be cute to add the the little bow pieces hanging down and add the bow. But then am I getting into like, oh, that's too much, because if I'm doing all that, why don't I just buy one of the big hats with the bow and the pockets, and you know? I'm a little worried though. I usually don't focus on prints because I have no one, because I think no one wants them, but decided to give it a go this time to see. I like to have some when I vend in person. Yeah, I feel like prints are always so hard. Like, you never know how they're gonna sell online. And I always think that that's so hard to like judge how many prints like to sell online. I don't sell prints online. I barely sell prints in person. They're kind of just like an extra thing. But I know a lot of my print artists, a lot of what they sell online is like when they turn their prints, like parts of them, into stickers, and then their stickers sell. So here's what the stabilizer looks like. You can't really tell, but I mean, you can kind of tell. This part up here, you see, that is where I peeled off, and it's like sticky. Makes a cool drum noise. So now I'm going to stick the bucket hat on here, but the way that I do it is I have to like open this up, and then like kind of make sure everything's out of the way on the underside, and then lay it like flat. But this has to be out of the way. So I'm gonna do that. It takes a little bit of maneuvering. I actually turn it inside out. I have found to be the easiest way. And then because bucket hats are on a curve, that also makes it a little harder. I will say, I think beanies are so much easier to embroider than bucket hats. And then these bucket hats in particular have a string at the bottom so that you can pull and make it tighter if you wanted. Nobody really wants bucket hats tighter. But, okay, see, now I feel like this needs to be centered more. Still out of practice making bucket hats. Let's find the center, or what we feel is the center. And then we'll center it with the center of the hoop. Try to make sure this is up out of the way. Yeah, designing and hooping that's what takes the longest for these hats. All right, we'll see. This actually still might be too big. So here's what I had to do. I taped it. This is the inside of the hat pulled up so that it's out of the way. And then I need to thread my embroidery machine. And then I need to make sure that this is gonna fit under the, like, I gotta slide it carefully under the needle and everything. And see if this fits. While I'm thinking of it, I wanted to make Instagram post. Again, if you guys are interested in any of these embroidery patterns, I hope to have them on my shop later today, or at least by the end of this week. And I do have a 10% off code for all my patterns. It is patterns 2024 is the code, and you can use that on my Etsy or my website for 10% off. Live. I need to do better about spell checking. 10% off patterns. I'm awful. Let's spell check. All right, so that is posted, or well, almost posted, still uploading. Now it's posted. All right. No. Yeah, May, when's your next in-person event? If you're still there, when's your next convention? Or festival, or what's the other one? Market. All right, let me see if this is small enough, or if I'm gonna have to tweak it somewhere still. I believe you. You can fit under there. Maybe I have to go in it sideways. Right, now we have to sit down for this. Gotta move it, and I gotta center it. Oh my gosh. The top is gonna be there, and the bottom is gonna be there, so that's a little bit too close. No, I can't move it anymore on my embroidery machine. So I gotta move it on the whole thing. Alright. Let me reposition this again. There are events in August. Okay, only confirmed one is in October. It's a local Comic-Con, not doing too many this year. There are events in August and November I'm going to try to get into. We'll have to see when it gets closer. Nice! Yeah, I keep trying to tell myself, don't book yourself a whole lot. Because I was gonna take like a step back a little bit, not like a lot. I still want at least one every other month. And it's definitely changed from last year, because I think last year I did a total of 13 or so. And that was more than I would like to do, because I definitely was stressed and felt like I could have done better at some if I brought more stock. But last year was kind of my, oh, let's see what conventions are good. You know, let's test the waters, test them all. And I did, and I do think I know which ones. But now I've moved to Kentucky, and I'm like, oh, well, now I have to test them all again. Gotta test the ones in this area. But I have done some of them that are the same and thrown in some new ones. But yeah, I feel like I don't think I've overbooked myself yet, but I am doing a lot of smaller ones. So that's the only thing, is I might not be making as much from them because they are smaller ones. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to make this pattern a little smaller to be able to fit on this. Let me write that down. 57 millimeters full. And that's there, and that's there. So we can probably go down a little bit. All right, let's try it out. We'll see how this stitches now on a bucket hat. See, the X looks so small. I'm wondering if the eyes are too... like maybe the eyes are too long? Let me look at a picture of Drifloon. Go, Red. Watch out. Go. Thank you. Because, like, should the eyes on Drifloon be moved down a little bit? Almost changed the music. Okay, so yeah, a lot of these pictures, the eyes are like right next to the X. So I think I'm gonna move that a little bit. I mean, they're kind of on this one too. Let's see. So kind of like at the top of the yellow. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, that's how it looks. I just think because I moved it, like, because that's where I was used to seeing it before. Let me see. Do they need to be further apart? No. Spacing looks good. Let's see. Do I want to move it more? If I do this, I can make them bigger too. Like the side or the height. The height won't be as tall, so it could go longer. All right, let me let the dogs out. I'm getting restless. Make sure it's done raining. Excuse me, did someone get in the trash? Ridley? You look very suspicious. Be glad we're live right now. I can't yell at you. Go potty. You got a potty, Obi? Okay. That is why Ridley's been going in his crate when we leave, is because he's been getting in the trash while we're gone. And, whoop, sorry, I'm putting aloe on my arm. And I mean, he's never gotten in and pulled something out, as far as we know. But apparently he thinks he could do that now, which is not the case. So I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna tell his daddy is what we're gonna do. Alright, let me wash my hands. I need to get more like moisturizing stuff for my burn, because it's starting to itch now. What are you doing, crazy boy? What are you doing? Gonna leave the light on when I'm gone. But here's my burn. Sorry if you don't like gross stuff. I should have given you a warning. My bad. Hopefully I didn't leave it on there too long. Hopefully you didn't see it if you don't like it. But I have this like compression thing that Joey gave me to help. Are you barking at me, boy? Where'd you go? This compression glove thing was a lifesaver the like night that I did it, because it keeps the air off of it. And of course, if I'm putting aloe or burn ointment or anything on it, it keeps that on there and it's not getting all over my clothes. And oh my gosh, what is it? Because that's something like one of the worst things I hate is being like have gunky stuff. Like I hate putting aloe on, like when you get sunburn, or when I first get in the shower when you're like half wet. I hate that feeling. Most of the times when I get into pools, I like jump all the way in the pool because I don't want part of my body to be submerged. Or like putting lotion on my hands, I have to put like gloves or something on, and I usually have to do it right when I'm going to bed. Alright, so what do you guys think about this Drifloom? Like looking at pictures, the eyes are right next to the X. This one's like from the top to like the center. Maybe my eyes need to be a little shorter. Can I edit this at the... Why did my menu bar move? Okay, there we go. Can I edit these at the same time? I don't know, I just don't love it as much. It's just because I got so used to the other. Yeah, now his eyeballs don't look as... Okay, I I think that's what I like it. That's what I'm going with. Let me look at the picture of one that I made before. I think I have it in my favorites. I don't have it in my favorites. Don't be like me. Put your stuff in your favorites on your phone so you don't have to go digging through it like I do. Okay, it's looking good, looking good. Do I think people will still buy this bucket hat? Yes. I don't think people are going to nitpick it like I do. Okay, so the one that I made before, yeah, is like about like what I have right now. Okie dokie. All right, now, so if we like that better, then, oh no, now I've changed the focus. Hello, focus. I think that's better. So then if we like this better, then we change this to, see, now the height's only like 2 inches. So we change the height to, I think, this size that I have here is better, which came out to be 2.5, a little bit less than 2.5. 2.24, so we're 2.3. That's gonna be the small. Go to export. From small. And then for height. See, now the width is wider though. Wait, how do... We can go all the way up to 4.9. That's what threw me off. I was like, wait a minute. Oh no. I'm only changing the eyes. Right? Math isn't mathing. Because technically, even if I'm changing the width, the height should change a little bit, right? Anyways, this one's done. Let's take a look-sees. Let it go. Look at it. Let me trim these. I also sell these if you guys want a drift loom bucket hat. They are $30. That's in person and online. And online, you have to pay for shipping. But at least you know that you will for sure get it, because in person, I never know what I'm gonna have. But of course, if I'm ever going to a convention and you're like, hey, can I order a Driftloom bucket hat and pick it up at the convention? I'll be like, yeah, for sure. Look at it! Cute! Yeah! Alright, so now I'm gonna get another one, and I'm gonna try out this with the eyes move, because that way I want to do a like a poll to see if people like it better with the cloud on the head or no cloud. Dig through my bag of hats. Cute! Thank you, May. Thank you so much. I like how it turned out. Thank you, thank you. Oberdober, why are you whining? Are you wanting to go outside? Hold on. The other day, so I don't know if you all had like tornado. Hold on, I'm coming. Tornado warnings or anything where you're at. But I think it was last week we got tornado warnings, and there was some. Oh yeah, it was last Tuesday, because I went live and it was storming really bad, and the power flickered out, and I lost my live for a little bit. But before the live, I think it was, I let the dogs out when I got home, and I was in the bathroom, and then I heard Obi like beating on the door to come in, which he does sometimes. He usually only starts scratching at the door and like trying to break it down if like someone's shooting like guns or like someone's car backfired. Like, we live kind of in the woods, so people hunt. And I was like, oh, someone must be like shooting. Come on, you wanna go outside? So I let him out, or I was gonna go let him in, and then I hear, like, before I could get to the door, I hear just this like, sounded like rain pouring, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're getting drenched outside. Do you want to go back outside? Go back outside. I was like, oh no, they're gonna get drenched, they're gonna come in soaking wet. And I go and I look out the door, and it's hailing. Like, it's only like pea-sized, it was very small, but it was hailing, and they were all like cuddled up on the porch. They'd only been out there for like maybe 5 minutes max, and it probably just started hailing when he started beating on the door, because he was like, what is this coming out of the sky? But it was so funny. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, babies. But thankfully, yeah, it was hail and not rain, because they didn't get soaked because it was hail. It wasn't raining yet. Ah. All right, save. This one. No, this is actually. This one should be Driftloom large again, I think. And then we're gonna change. I guess it only changes it by one. Wait, I said I wanted to do 2. Yeah, it changes it like 1 millimeter. We'll see if that's accurate though. Trash. Yes. All right. All right, we should be able to go back to the Sylveon one we're working on. And then that one will be ready to stitch out soon. And we'll stitch that one out on a beanie. Too bad I don't have a purple shirt or like a purple hoodie or something. I would like see how this Drifloon one looked. But again, I think it would be so cute on a plushie. Maybe I'll try to make a Drifloon plushie too. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Putting this back. And then we'll make sure this isn't gonna hit anything. Looks good there. Looks good there. All right, now it's down to 14 minutes. I think it was 18 minutes, right? So this is the smaller size. It does make it a little bit shorter time. Alrighty, that's stitching. Balloon plush, yes. Yes, we already put it on a bucket hat, which I've done this before. It's probably been about a year since I originally did it. But I'm gonna put these on my Etsy and my website for other people to use. So I did tweak this one a little bit. This one's eyes is up a little higher, and then you can kind of see that I moved. I actually didn't even tweak it that much, did I? I moved it a little bit. So I made where the eyes came down a little bit and kind of like were closer to the tip of the X and then kind of stopped at the middle of the X. But yeah, I want to try to put more of my embroidery patterns online, and I'm going to do 10% off on all my patterns, but I'm only sharing it in this live right now. And I probably will share it in like future lives, but it's kind of only going to be for like you guys that are watching my lives. 10% off patterns 2024 is the code. Yeah. So we're also working on this Sylveon one. I just did the nose. And I was playing around with this little this is going to be like the hairline, if you want to call it. But I can tell that this is not even, you know? And of course, this one wouldn't work on a plushie as much. This would be more a beanie, which is what I'm going to use it for. But I mean, I guess you could use this on like, I'm not sure. You could put the pink fabric down and then like on this little edge and it would stitch it down. Alright, let's move this not like that. And I don't want this to look like eyebrows. I don't want it to get too much into eyebrow territory. Make sure, yeah, my mic is still working. Alright, so let me move this a little bit. I'm gonna get it centered like on this line. So I can have kind of like the grid to go off of. That comes about halfway, that one comes about halfway. That looks good. Let's move the nose over. I'm just having a problem with this point. Move this point over. I don't think this is gonna show up as much as I'm thinking, but okay. Then let's check the eyes. I'm gonna select all these. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna select this one, and it is at negative 173. This 73, and then we can select all of it. Just kind of want to center this a bit more. We can budget a little bit. Let's do 9. What's wrong? And it did 90. I think that was the wrong way, didn't it? Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. See, I doodled it on a pink beanie. Whoops. Nope. And Oh, I need to do the black outline. I think that'll really help pull it together. Hide. I'm gonna do that outline, but before I do that, I'm gonna change this thread. I think the X is already a little bit bigger, which I do like, because that was kind of what made me sad before, was the X was kind of tiny on the other one. Check my bobbin. Okay, it's looking okay. Just gotta check in on your bobbin sometimes, you know? I got my Animal Crossing coaster, but my drink is sticking to it because it's condensation. Okay, so now I'm going to digitize a closed shape, and it's going to be an outline. We're going to go around the outline of this eye. I don't know why I always put that last little one. It doesn't need one more. Okay, we're gonna satin stitch this, but as you can see, that is pretty thick. We are going to do 60 is a good one I like. And then I'm gonna tweak this. And this one that I put right next to it, oh, actually, you can stay. It's you that needs to move. Because we do want that nice point. See, I think this needs to come out a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Now the thing we want to check with this when we go to embroider it is to make sure that this either goes over or is like stays super close to the outline of that blue, because we don't want to get like a gap. And the ways that we can fix that if it becomes a problem is we can make the stitch wider. We can also offset it a little bit where it stitches more one way or the other. And of course, we can mess with the pull compensation if we need to. I'm gonna duplicate that, I'm gonna flip it, and I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna grab that other one, move it over here to this eye, and I like to make sure that the blue is on the inside a little bit for it. There we go, that looks a little more like Sylveon. Again, this line right here might bother me. We'll see how they meet up and if it's noticeable. But that makes me a little nervous. But remember, we also did the fill hole, and that was a new thing that we tried too, so we might have to change some stuff with that. So this is gonna go eye, it's gonna go to that eye, then it's gonna do white of the eye, white of the other eye, then we'll switch to pink, and then we'll do black nose and black outline. Perfect. Highlight all this. We're gonna do the big size for, whoop, and click it, 4.9. Choking on my bucket, cat. Make sure the fabric's not getting caught. Okay. So yeah, that makes the width 4.9, the height's about 2.5. And if I feel like that's like too scrunched up, I can move the V up a little bit. We'll leave it for now because for beanies, I like to make it like as squished as possible. Like this Gengar one, he wide, he thick, and as you can see, I have to like turn up more of the beanie, and that of course makes the beanie tighter too. So yeah, we'll leave this like this for now, and I'm gonna save it to my computer as Sylveon's Leon face, because I do have a Sylveon saved, and that's for the bow for the hats that I make. Guys, don't tell Tia I didn't tell her that I was live, okay? Don't tell Tia. I'm gonna text her right now. I'm also gonna text Bethany. Okay. So we're gonna save this as Sylveon face. And then we're gonna export it, and we're gonna save it to. Just kidding. I'm gonna wait. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna save it to my files that I'm gonna sell, and it's gonna be Sylveon large. Hi, Bethany. And then we'll go ahead and we'll make, I think, we'll just do 4. I don't know. 4 seems a little small. We'll do 4.5, and we'll see. 2 inches wide. We'll see how that looks. But again, I don't feel like that's small. Oh, and it doesn't fit. That won't fit in a 4x4 hoop. So I'm gonna have to tweak the patterns that I forgot my own rules. Because for the 4x4 hoop, it has to be smaller than 4 inches. So it has to do like 3.9. I can go ahead and do that though. 3.9. And we can save this as Sylveon small. You know, you use a lot of exclamation points when you want to save your files with exclamation points. And then the computer's like, no. Wait. No. I guess the bobbin ran out, but it didn't tell me. Wait, the bobbin didn't run out. Okay, the bobbin didn't run out. There's still a little bit left, not much. But it didn't, it says that it finished this, but it didn't. So now I'm gonna have to like do this on my sewing machine and hope that it looks decent. Okie dokie. Well, maybe I have my own personal Drifloom hat. That's what I usually do, is I keep one for myself that is messed up. Like I have Gengar, I have an Umbreon, because they have flaws, and either I keep it or I give it to Joey. But if they're not too big of a flaws, I also don't mind to sell them as like B grade. All right, well, we can compare these two. I don't know why it did that. But just think of this like it has the full eye. All right, so this one, let me find the best way to show you guys. This one, of course, is the newest one, and we moved the eyes down. The way the hat lays, it's like, makes it look crooked. Okay. And it's a little bigger. And then this one, of course, you can tell it's smaller. And the eyes are... Why does it gotta be so complicated? I can't get the orientation right. All right, you can see the X is smaller. Like, this whole thing is a little smaller, even though the eyes, no, the eyes are smaller too. I don't feel like you guys could see that as well as I could. But yeah, this is definitely bigger, which I do like that. Because of the height, because the eyes made it like up higher, that's as big as I can do it. I have two perfectly good mannequin heads right here. It's like trying to drive a plane. Okay. Up is down, down is up. All right, there we go. It's a little better. You can see, Megan, stop moving. You can see that this one is bigger. The eyes are moved down a little bit and lined up with the center of the X. And yeah, I do like this one, honestly, solely because I can make the embroidery pattern bigger. I'm just so sad I messed up. Alrighty, that's Drifloom, guys. Be on the lookout for that embroidery file if you're interested in it. Also, it's Bellsprout. Wait, maybe not today, but there's going to be a Bellsprout Community Day. I just got a notification. All right, let's change the bobbin out before I forget so that doesn't happen again. And we're going to try out this Sylveon one. This one's brand new. I haven't done it before. We tried some new things. And I am going to put this on a pink beanie because I feel like people don't want white beanies, right? Do we agree that like white beanies would get dirty? Because that's like the one thing I don't like about the Sylveon hats that I make, the Scooties, is because they are white and they're like so easy to get dirty. And that's why a lot of people, like, Sylveon might be their favorite, but sometimes they don't get it because it's white. And even the shiny one is white, so it's not like I can be like, oh yeah, that's why my shiny style is popular. Nope, it's still white. I really like the shiny one better because I love that color blue, but still the white. You can see dirt so easily. Alright, we're saving this. Let me see. I think I like this color blue as the eyes. You guys see? That matches pretty well. think that's saved. Let's take that out. Bobby's whining again to come back inside. He just wants human attention. Grab my puppies. Guys, not enjoying the weather because it's gonna start raining again. And then you won't get to be outside. You'll be so sad. Alright, let's try out the Sylveon. So this file, oh, I forgot to save it as the bigger one onto my... It's okay, I think I can make it bigger. Hello, thank you. Yeah, it's about that time. The mic died. Thank you so much, Handmade. I appreciate it. I was just chit-chatting away, talking about my sparked energy. Yay, thank you. Yeah, from Dunkin'. If you haven't had the sparked energy, I get the peach one. It's really good. And I don't like flavored water, like seltzer water, but it does have some bubbly to it, and it's pretty good. Oh my gosh, Daisy farted. It's not so bad. She has the stinkiest farts of a dog that I've ever met. All right. So I also don't know if it caught that I'm gonna work on Glaceon. So I'm downloading the picture and we're going to open a new blank design. Yeah, I think this is a good size. I'm glad I went with the smaller size. All right, add artwork. Nope, Glaceon. And my Glaceon kind of looks mad, but I can fix that later. But the doodle that I did, it kind of looks mad. And I know that there's a way I could like bring over like this nose. There's gotta be. If I copy this, can I go over here and paste it? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yay. And then I don't think I want the same eyes as Sylveon, so we'll leave that and we will make new eyes. Digitize closed shape. Point, curve, 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 curve. Point. We want that to fill. This is going to be a nice dark blue color. Okay, so the Sylveon eyes are done on the blue, and now I'm going to change to white thread. Multitasking. This is what I love to do, honestly, while stuff is stitching out. I love to be working on more embroidery files. But sometimes I have to watch it. Like if I'm embroidering beanies, I gotta pay attention because if part of it falls down or gets snagged, then that ruins the whole beanie. So sometimes I can't do that. All right, we're gonna tweak this a little bit. And it doesn't have to be exactly lined up with this, but I do want it to keep that like symmetrical curve. That looks good. I do want to change the angle of it. There we go. And I'm gonna add a hole again because this actually looks good. I did the digitized hole for the first time. You don't fear leaving your embroidery machine to do its thing unattended. I swear I do that and it decides to eat whatever it's stitching. Yeah, no, I usually stay in close proximity. So, you know, like here to here or like over my sewing machine. I do sometimes leave it to stitch out like Kirby faces because I've done that embroidery file so much and it shouldn't have any problems, but again, embroidery machine has a mind of its own. So I have, you know, I've broken needles and all that, but the Kirby one, since it's pretty plain and simple and I ran it, I do feel comfortable leaving that one going. But anytime I'm doing a beanie or like stitching onto something, no, I stay close. I have a fear that it will eat something, it'll break a needle, it'll hurt itself. Okay, let's do digitize whole, and we want to do another kind of circle, but it's more of a half circle. So many broken needles and a few eaten Koroks and Dittos. Yep. Let's see. I had one design. Okay, so a Gengar beanie, before I tweaked the pattern and actually paid attention to what it was doing, it would stitch the smile, which itself takes 10 minutes, maybe 14. That just white smile takes forever. And then it stitches the black lines down. Oh, I have it on my head. I forgot. So yeah, stitches this smile, then it stitches these lines, and then it stitches all around in black. So it does the mouth, and then I have it do the eyes, and then I have it do all the black. So it's already done the eyes at this point, and it like stitches these lines, and then it's started like over here, I think, and stitched all the way around like satin stitch, and then it would get over here again to stop, and because there would be like a little like thread here or something where it went from like this eye to like here, it would go back across, snag it, and just like rip the whole beanie, and then it would still try to embroider. And oh my gosh, Gengar is honestly my least favorite beanie to do because it takes so long. And I mean, I've fixed it now, so it's not as bad, but that one reason. So now I have it where it stitches the eyes, the mouth, and then I think it does this. So I think before I had it do the little black on the eyes, and so now it has like black around the outside of the eyes too. So I'm like, okay, fine, just do the eyes first and then go do the mouth and be done. When it does that, it kills me. Yeah, I hate it. So frustrating. All right, let's try this digitized whole again. And I have to remember that I can't edit it like I can the other things. Boom. Whoop. Okay, and then enter. I don't think I was on the right thing. Okay, digitize whole. Did it do it? Why is it not? Oh no. I did it last time. Do I have to have that? No. Oh, I just have to press enter twice. Okay, fine. I'll do it again. Okay. Digitize whole. Here. There we go. Now, I feel like I went too crazy with it. I don't know how I love. Okay. And now we can fill whole, apparently. What does that do? If I fill whole. No. Do I have to draw it again? Sorry guys, you're chilling while I learn All right, we'll save that for another day. We're just gonna do what I usually do, which is digitize another shape exactly the same size. Maybe just a little bit of hangover. Boop, boop, fill it and make it white. And I guess the only question is do I want a black outline or do I want the blue to extend on the outside of the white, or do I like the white being there? You can also kind of see that this blue back there has a little blue line running. So I think I am going to try to hide that just in case, and then I'll see when it stitches how I feel. And I'm going to take this and extend it just a little bit further outside. Okie dokie. All right, now we're going to duplicate it, flip it, and move it over here. I always do that. No! Give this one to me. Seriously. Thank you. All right, let me change the thread. Now we're to pink. Okay, so I can see on this one though, the eye filling the hole didn't extend far enough, so I am gonna have to overcompensate. So now it's stitching the pink little, we're doing the Sylveon one, it's stitching the pink little arrow, the pink hairline. Okay, I guess before I move on, I should see, or let's just change it on here for now. We're gonna overcompensate it. All right, I don't know if I can, because it's not a satin stitch. I'm so used to, I can do full compensation. So for this, we'll just have to make it a little wider. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the blue, because then it won't be seen as much if it's not the same size on both eyes. It's going to be underneath. Bring the blue down. Nope. Always add new circles. There we go. Okay. Go to this one. All right, there we go. Pink is looking cute. All right, so now I'm just gonna do the black outline for Sylveon. Oh no, I dropped my thread. Daisy, why do you gotta lay right underneath me? All right, stitching the black nose and the outline for the eyes. Gotta go make dinner. See you later. Hope you hit the 1K sub soon. Thank you, May. Have a good dinner. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I hope I hit the 1K soon. I don't, if you guys were here for the last stream, someone like unfollowed when I was like closing out the stream because we were at like we're at 995. And I was like, we're only 5 away. But when I went to check before I closed the stream, we were at 994. And it was like, someone unfollowed me. But then somebody followed me. I don't know. I think it was someone from the stream followed me. And it was 995 again. Now it's like, I think it's down to 993. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not going to watch it anymore. It's going to hit 1,000 when it needs to. Okay, we're back up to 995. But I'm like, no, you can check it once a day. That's it. So you guys let me know when I get to 1K because I might not see it because I don't want to obsess over it. It'll get there. But hopefully soon. Hopefully before April is over. I think we can do it because I do have another vlog, another Artist Alley like vlog coming out. Hopefully for this, the OmniCon is April 20th. So I hope to have it out by that next Friday. All right, so this is what we're looking like. Now, this little diamond shape for its head. I think I want to do it in dark blue as well. Let me look at a picture. Yeah, I think I like, because it's going to be on a lighter beanie if I do it, which will be a light blue. I probably don't have the color it would be on, because I probably use the same color I use for Vaporeon. They don't make that many different shades of blue. As many shades of blue there are in the world. For the beanies that I look at, which are on Amazon, they make a navy blue, they make like a teal blue, and then they make a like light, like if you had lavender and blue together, that's what it looks like, a lavender blue. All right, the Sylveon one is done. Definitely needs some tweaks, but not bad. It's because we did an outline. Drifloom was so easy because it was just stitching shapes. This one, we had a hole to fill, and we had an outline. But it's not too bad. It looks so cute. Okay, here's what it looks like. Let me find. So it looks cute, but you can see that there's white coming through here. So that is an easy fix. We will probably just, I think I'm gonna make the outline bigger because this will kind of get hidden inside the beanie stitches. I think I'm gonna make this thicker too. And I will probably make them both the same thickness. And then I need to make the white pupils a little bit bigger too. Okay, so let's go back to Sylveon real quick. I think I want to make this nose a little bigger. And I tweaked the other nose. Let me tweak this one a little bit because it needs like another dot here to like bring this part out. Okay. So make the nose a little bigger. We want to, I'm gonna do what I did for the Glaceon, which is look at the blue part and extend it a little bit more inside the white. So that it just has like, the white's gonna go over the blue a little bit, but I just don't want it to go over all of it, just to save my needle. Move this in a little bit, and I can see that this is the edge that it really, a lot of white came through, and not white from the pupil, white from the fabric that I used. Okay. Other thing was make this thicker. So right now it is 82 width, and let's do 90. Doesn't look like it changed much. And I don't want it to be anything crazy. Let's try 95 and see if that becomes too thick. And I do want to change the thickness to this. So this was at 50. Maybe I don't want to go all the way up to 95. Let's do 65. Change this one to 65. That looks good. And then just so I could offset it, and then it for sure won't have the white that comes through. But I'm not sure if I'm dedicated to that yet. I think I like it. And that blue looks like it was okay. You know how I was worried about that line right here coming through. I can't really see it, so that's a good sign. And I think I feel pretty confident in this. That might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna stitch it. I want to stitch it on a bucket hat. And I do think that I like this size. Let's see. It can maybe go a little bit bigger. I'm gonna blow it up on my embroidery machine and see how big it can actually go. But I think I do like that. Okay, I do this just to be safe, to get all of them. Just to make sure everything's included, everything's highlighted. Export that again. And just replace the Sylveon one that I had. Yes. Saving. Perfect. All right, let's take this to the machine. The only problem, like I will sew on bucket hats all day long, but the problem is I'm gonna run out of this sticky stabilizer. Sorry, Oberdober, I didn't mean to run you over. Sorry, Ober, didn't mean to run you over. Is this, if I run out of the sticky stabilizer. We will make this piece last as long as possible. What are you guys barking at? Have you guys ever painted over like gel nails before? With non-gel acrylic, or not acrylics, but like nail polish? Because I got these for my birthday in March, beginning of March, and you can see that my nails have grown. And they're not breaking off yet, so I want to make them last as long. So I was thinking about just painting over them so that that crack that's back there, like thread and stuff, is getting caught, and then it like pulls holes and things. So I was gonna try to just paint it with regular fingernail polish, but I didn't know, have you guys ever done that? Will it stay on? Will it like adhere to itself? I want to make them last and be as long as possible. I think I sanded them, filed them down last time I got them a little bit. Or maybe I'm thinking of when I did that with fake nails, like with acrylics that I bought at the store. This one might be a little bit harder to embroider on with this flap. We might just have to, the sweatband that's inside of this, might just have to get embroidered on. I don't know. We'll see. See how it goes. I feel like they're barking at a cat or something. That sounds like a cat bark. This doesn't seem straight. Why's it gotta be so hard to try to get bucket hats straight on? Yeah, I'm just gonna embroider over that sweatband that's inside of there. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna be a problem if it gets embroidered down. And if someone says something about it or is like upset, then I will try to tweak around it. But don't even know if this is gonna come out okay. So I don't want to spend too much time fooling with it if it's a failed attempt, you know? Change the embroidery thread before I do this. I think I like that blue color. Yeah, that's a pretty blue color. I think they make hat attachments. I don't think they have it for my machine specifically, but for the bigger ones, that would be nice. Watch out, Red. Go. Go. Move this top. So it looks like I can make it a little bigger if I want. Let's do it. If it comes out bad, it'll be mine. Ridley. All right, here it goes. Okay, that is stitching the Sylveon on a bucket hat. Testing that out. Now we're going to go back over to Glaceon. And so what I was saying about this is I think I will use the same color to stitch this diamond instead of using like a different shade of blue. So now I gotta figure out, do I want it, you know, is it gonna be like a sand stitch? Because I think I just want it lines. I don't think I want it to be a whole, just a big section of embroidered. So yeah, we're gonna do outline first, and it's gonna be honestly a pretty simple. Down there, and then if I click, yeah, all right. So then this is gonna be sand stitch, and we're gonna make it that dark blue. But I also haven't decided if I wanted to be like a diamond with other diamonds coming out of it, or am I gonna like stop here, do like a different like stitching type. See what this looks like first. This one's gonna be an open shape, and it'll go from here here, just to make it easier on myself. Nope. Change that. Here. What? I must be clicking the wrong one. I think I am. I think when I show here to here, and then it's a straight line to here. There we go. And a straight line to here. Alright, and then that's going to be a satin. I want this to be behind that. And we should be able to duplicate it and flip it. Put it behind that as well. doesn't look too bad. I actually like that. Let me hide my drawing. Very abstract, like. Okay, I do want to move these a little bit though. Let me see if that makes me feel a different kind of way about it. Okay, yeah. This one, 769. Something's not adding up here. I wasn't paying attention. It's okay. It's fine. Came out fine. I think this is getting too big for bucket hat, and it's starting to pull at places. That looks good down there. How does this look up here? Like, is this... Are these meeting at the same places? Make that centered. I think that looks good. Look at a picture of Glaceon. I think I do want to bring the eyes closer to it. Now, do we feel like it'd be easier to bring this down or the eyes closer? Probably this down. Somebody tell me how my nose got off center. Maybe I never centered it in the first place. Okay, now though, I'm looking at Glaceon eyes. One. So this one needs to be moved over a little bit. This one is 211. So that's going to be a pretty wide embroidery is the only thing. All right, let's back over to Sylveon. Gonna put the white thread in. Okay. So let's see. I'm trying to decide if I want to bring the diamond down anymore, or if that's going to be like too squished. Like that kind of looks too squished. This looks like a good middle base. And then do I want to bring the eyes any closer together? Do I want to tilt the eyes? Let me see. What happens if I just like... Did that help a little bit? I don't want it to be so angry. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Let's do the size. I'm gonna go ahead and do the widest. 4. Nope. Yeah, 4.9. It's gonna be the biggest size. And I'm gonna just save that on my computer. Embroidery is gonna be Glaceon base hybrid. How's it going? What you got all on your eyeball? Been rolling in the dirt? Hold on, let me get this dirt off your eyebrow. Stop moving. You're making me push it into your eye. There we go. Okay. You're good. No, don't punch me. Kisses. I don't need hugs. Just kisses. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Off. You've rolled in something. Oh my gosh, your paws are so dirty. All over my black pants. I'm sorry I didn't give you attention, huh? Okay, so I overcompensated with that white, or like, you know, I extended it, and I can see that it just doesn't have an underlay stitch. I'm assuming because it's filling in the hole, so it really needs at least one underlay because it just looks so shallow. So I don't know if you guys can see if I take away, you can't tell the difference on there, but definite needs at least one underlay stitch. And I'll show you when this is done. I can see the pink hat through this still. And that's not good. Oh my gosh, Ridley. Your tail. Which means that this Galatian one is gonna need an underlay stitch too. And I'll show you what I mean by like bunching up. And I don't think some of these bucket hats are as bad. Like these, whoop. These ones that I did for like the drift loom, it's kind of a different material. It's like almost like a canvas. But the ones that I got off like Amazon, that I just got a bulk order of just random colors. It's more like, I don't even know. It's probably just like a polyester, but it's very, like if you were gonna make a cushion or something. I don't know how to. It's not spandex, even though it looks like a spandex knit. All right, now for the Sylveon bucket hat, just the black is left. Now I do think a bucket hat with a Sylveon bow would be really cute. I don't think a Sylveon beanie needs a bow, but I do think a bucket hat needs a bow. Or maybe you put a cute little, you wear a cute little bow in your hair with it or something. I hit my knee on this cabinet every time. Alright, so while I'm thinking about it, over here on Glaceon, the eyes, we're gonna go ahead and, oh, see, this already says it has underlay for the eyes, so that won't be a problem. Alright then, that's good. While I'm thinking about it though, I do wanna check the drift loom and see. Okay, so yeah, drift loom small cannot be 4.5. Drift loom small has to be 3.9. And we will export that again and save that in my files. Maybe we do, to help my brain, drift loom 4x4. And then we do 4.9. This will be drift loom 5, 7. I don't know, but maybe that'll like confuse other people though. The outline is too wide on that too. No. Okay, I don't have to label it that way though on my listing. Okie dokie. So I feel good about the drift loom. Sylveon I tweaked, but now I feel like this outline. So what I could also do if I'm worried about it is I can duplicate, just make this an outline, and then turn this outline into a satin stitch. But I don't want this hole. Can I get rid of the hole? Oh, I can delete it. There we go. I think we're going to do that instead. Okay, so delete that one. Go ahead and delete that. Take this. So what I did is I duplicated the eye, changed it to an outline, the duplicate. I changed it to an outline and then changed the outline to a satin stitch. And of course I made it black. And then it added, because I had a hole, it added that hole. I'm just going to delete that. But then this hopefully should make it where it doesn't have overhang, or it doesn't have that gap. And I'll show you guys how bad this gap ended up being, which also can be tweaked with pull compensation. Like this could be different on, like if you just did it on a regular piece of fleece, but see how bad the gap is there? Like I can't sell this. So I'm hoping that since I made it an outline of the same piece, and then I could maybe add pull compensation to the blue. Because by the time it does the outline, it's already had its pull compensation. You know, like the blue is the main thing that's gonna pull the fabric. So by the time the black gets done, the fabric's kind of already been pulled all the different directions it can go. So let me just trim these. I'll take it off the hoop. Oh goodness. You can see it's still a good hat. And I'm still gonna wear it myself. I'll probably add a cute little bow to it. It is cute. I think honestly maybe if I put like a bow on top, do you think that'd be cute? Look at it. Yay! And then like if we just put one bow on top. I know like Sylveon has it to the side, has one at the bottom around the neck, and then has one like to the side. And it would still be cute, I guess, if I just put one on the side there. I actually don't mind it. I just gotta figure out how to get it even, okay? See how much space? Trying to make it straight. So like from here to here distance is not the same from here to here distance. Like even if the embroidery came out, I think that might be too lopsided to sell too. So I have not found a good way to make sure it's evenly spaced. Because there's no way to hoop this straightly. Wonder if there's a way, like if I can mark ahead of time, if I kind of just do like a cross or something, put it in the crosshairs, maybe. But I still think it's super cute. All right, I kind of want to make sure. I want to make that. I want to tweak it. I want to make it good. I want to perfect it. So that maybe you guys, I'll have Sylveon ready for you guys, and maybe Drifloon for sure. And at least that's 2 that are up for you. So let's test it again. I'm gonna go back to this. Just fleece. And I think I'll change the color because doing white with the white eyes, like it doesn't show up as well. So I'm gonna do the eyes just like a different color, maybe like yellow, just so we can see it better if it doesn't come through. Because when I did this file the first time too, I would have noticed if I had a darker background, you know? You know what I mean? And let's see. I'm gonna keep that eye thickness and just see how it does. Export to my flash drive. I can wear the Sylveon bucket hat now. The only thing is, like, the working in bucket hats, every time I talk, it echoes. So it's like I can hear myself so much louder. All right. Remove flash drive. And we're gonna start with blue. You know, actually, since I don't have a lot of this blue, I think I'm gonna do this yellow. Or it's like an orangey yellow. Because I don't want to waste all my blue thread. I don't have a big spool of it. But I do have a big spool of yellow. Black and white, of course, are most popular, and then yellow I got because I started doing like the monarch butterfly one, and that took a lot of thread. And then I have pink for curvy cheeks. I have little spools of a whole lot of different colors, but specifically those. Look at this beautiful empty chair. This is a 11 out of 10 view. Thanks. I pressed the wrong button. Hi Tia, how's it going? This is the last one that's gonna fit on this sheet of embroidery. All right. Stitch that one with the new black outline. Here I am, here's my face. My blood pressure is high, I'm boiling. Matthew is out here trying to give me a heart attack. What is he doing? Scaring you? We have discussed net profit, revenue, expenses, logistics for 1 hour. For the app? Hybrid. I'm a little busy, buddy. Yeah. You having fun? Oh, no. Alright, so I'm still not in love with this Galatian one. And I don't know if I want to tweak it yet until I'm doing a redesign, and you can check when I'm done. Okay, sounds good. I am going to leave this for now, though, I think. I want to make sure, see how the Sylveon's stitching out first, and then we can try this stitch out. Buddy, you can't get in my lap. Okay, off. Thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and do Umbreon and Glaceon. Let's see the bird. Alright, I'll show it off again. If you don't like gore, or it's a burn, like a you know, a wound. If you don't want to see a wound of me getting 2nd degree burn, look away. It's looking good, but it itches so bad. Like all down here though is like, it's pretty healed and it's just dry now. But it just itches. That's why I put this on. So I wouldn't scratch at it. But it is healing nicely. My Wi-Fi? You didn't get to see it? I'll send you a picture. Alright, I guess we will move on to Umbreon. And I've already done that one before, and it is pretty easy peasy. No, I didn't really get any like bubbles or like blisters or anything. There was a few but I think it was more like when the skin started to dry, and then it kind of pushed the skin around. Because at first my mom said it's a second-degree burn, but I was like, mostly they say that comes with blisters, and I didn't have any blisters. But I did kind of get one, like one of them came up and it kind of already like busted, I guess, when it happened, and I didn't notice it. And then Ridley jumped on me and scratched it one night, and that kind of made it worse, I think. Alright, let me get the Umbreon one. I'm honestly wondering if it's better just for me to make... Why are you leaving my life? Gotta go? You just got something against me. Sorry, today's been hectic. That's okay. No worries. Climbing sounds fun, though. Have fun. Oh, Oberdober, wait, say hi to Tia with your whiny self. Where'd you go? There he is. I don't know if you can see him. He's in the hallway. There he is. Oh, it's the whiny boy. Oh, there he is. No, you guys are gonna get mad at each other. Stop it. Yeah, get down. Going right for the drink. Tia can't see you if you're over there. Stop. Stop licking my arm. Stop it. So I'm seeing if there's any eyes. I honestly can probably reuse this Glaceon eye. Then we'll just make it red. Then I go back over here to the white. But this is going to be black. Just want to make sure that it's not like sticking over the edge. We'll see if that comes out like a smooth line. Oh, you see? It's like I can see through it right there. Maybe that's okay, because I can see through it on the red too. I just want to make sure that it has an underlay stitch, I think is the main thing. And it does. This one does too. That one does too. Okay. And then this just needs a little white circle dot that I'm not going to add a hole for. And it's going to be white. And I guess I want this to overhang a little bit or no. Guess not. Get it a little smaller. Let me see how my Umbreon beanie looks, just to double check. So I actually do a circle. But this one for the eyes, I do more well, that didn't help me. This is how I do more my hats. My Scooties are more like this with the eyes. But the other style that I've done for my Umbreon one has the circles, which can be changed. It doesn't have to be like that. I guess I'll just do it like this and see how I like it. We'll do a test. Okay. Change the thread on this Sylveon again. And again, I'm doing weird colors so I can see if anything shows through. So we're going yellow outside, red pupil. It's gonna look spooky. Now we just need to do the oval. It's not really where I want it to be. We can turn it. And then I think what I can do with this is I think I can make another oval. I was gonna see if it'll let me digitize this hole. So on, I think it's Corel Draw. I used it to do benches, like in a CNC like metal cutting machine. And there's a tool where you could like overlay something. And it like would cut this out. Like that's what I want to do with this. And I can weld, but that just makes it as one. I want to like cut. I think you can do that on Cricut too. Knife. Does that do it? That didn't do it. That just cut it up in a bunch of little pieces. If I remove overlaps, okay. Remove overlaps says, well, now it's not going to tell me. Oh. Remove stitches that are covered by the selected objects. Overlap value can be changed in the overlap tab of the embroidery setting dialog. This is settings. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Honestly, it'd be faster for me to just redo it. See, I can group, but that just keeps those together. I mean, I guess the best way to do this now would just be to go back to digitize holes, and then I just follow this line. Okay, that works. Delete that, and then fix this thing. Whatever happened here. still not as even as I would like it. You know, like something... I want this oval to be cut all the way around the same. Let me hide this because I don't feel like it is. Like, see how this is thicker at the bottom? I don't want that. So, I might have to redo this, but let's look. Let's go back over here. See how Sylveon's doing. Not too bad. There's still some white right there. So glad we started with like an easy one like Drifloon. That way you all will see more than just this one Sylveon. Because I will probably end in like 30 minutes or so. Because Joey will be off work at 5. And then if it's not raining, I'm going to walk around our block. Can you digitize half of this shape, then duplicate it and mirror it to the other to line up? Just means stitch out. We'll do one half other and the other half. It'd be even. Yeah, like the top half of the circle or like the bottom half or like the sides. Yeah, I could definitely do that. And I've done that for some things. I do feel like I can make this, like, if I just do an oval inside of an oval. It should come out even, but for some reason it didn't that time. But yeah, I could try that. I could try half and half. And then I think that's where the welding tool would come in handy. Weld both of the sides together. I've done it before. But then one time I remember I did it and it didn't work. So we shall see. But I'm like looking at this again and I'm like, does it kind of look cross-eyed? Something doesn't look right. But I'm looking back at my drawing. My drawing looks okay. Maybe I need to move the white dots down. Okay, so yeah, on the one that I did before, the white dots were down a little bit. Oh my gosh, stop it. You know, the white dots were down because the circle was different. Do we like that better, where it takes up more of the black? I don't know, I'm about to just go back to my design that I've done before. Even though this doesn't look too bad. Let me look up pictures of Embryon. Because, you know, anytime you look at something straight on, it kind of looks cross-eyed. Nintendo, tell me what Embryon from the front looks like. Okay, so this is kind of the same style on a plushie from the front. And they did like an oval. So I'm going to keep these, but I'm going to hide them. And I'm going to do like an oval shape and see how we feel about that. I think it looks okay, especially for the purpose of someone wearing it. Okay. Thank you. You know how sometimes you look at something too long and then it starts looking weird? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think it might be a situation of the longer you stare at it, the longer it looks wrong. If that makes sense. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Because I was like, I think because I've been looking at it so long. Ridley, stop barking. That it just looks weird to me now. Because some of the drawings have like, kind of like that. And that's cute, but that's not usually the way that I do my eyes. So I'm like, that might be too much of a change for me. Okay, we'll go back. Go back to circles. Back to circles. Thank you. Thank you, Black Cat, for making me feel better about it. Oh my gosh, I hit it all. Okay. And then I think he's... Is that 0.85? Do this at 0.85. And then I'll work on that circle. Oh my gosh, these colors though, this looks like, isn't there like a cat from Aristocats or something that looks like this? I'll show you. This is my Sylveon eyes, but I tested it in different colors because I have more of this color thread, but this looks like a cat from like something I've seen. I really like it. Honestly, I could probably take this out and just sell this cat eyes. You know what? Is this giving Charlie vibes from Hazbin Hotel? I have a sticker of Charlie on my water bottle, but I think that maybe that's what it's making me think of. It is. Charlie has yellow eyes with red pupils. That's it. That's what making me think of. With black outline. Yep. Just accidentally made Charlie eyes. It's cute. I like it. Just put some lashes on it. Because I think she has that same... Add some red cheeks and bam, right? Yeah, just add some little red cheeks right under. And then just give it some eyelashes. I think it would work. Yeah, she has the little nose too. in this drawing that somebody did, it's like an upside down triangle. So I could just flip mine upside down. Oh, I love it. Now I still want this to be Sylveon, but I'm gonna change it into Charlie. Okay, but this stitched out good. Honestly, there's like a little white right here. I don't even think you guys can see it. Maybe a little bit. See right there? But that could also be just my machine. So I might make the red just a little bit bigger in that section. Sorry guys, I'm probably making you dizzy from all this back and forth between these patterns. Okay, so I'm gonna just reshape this a little bit. This is the problem I was having, wasn't it? I couldn't reshape. It's like it's not letting me reshape this circle. That's the eyeball. I want the circle. Okay, maybe we just make it a little bit bigger. And I mean like a tad. Right now it's 4.46. We're gonna do 5. That's a little bit big, but I think it'll work. And I like that thickness on everything. Yeah. So we're gonna put this, export it to my file to save as Sylveon Small. Yes, I want to replace what's in there. And then we're also gonna make this and save it as Sylveon Big, which is 4.9. Here, Sylveon. Large, save. Yes, replace it. Alright, now we're gonna delete this piece. And we're gonna go ahead and save it and rename it. I need to check though, like for Etsy purposes, are they taking down Has Been Hotel stuff? I don't know. I haven't checked yet. We flip that. And let's see, I want to reshape it a little bit. Make it more of like a Hershey Kiss. This is where I want to cut it in half and flip it and see, and then put the two sides together. Okay, there's a bit of fan merch on there. Okay, that's good to know. Which, you know, it never never means that you're completely safe, but I might take the risk. Okay, and just to give it that look, we'll go ahead and change the colors. Look at it! Look how crazy that changes it. How much different it makes. And then I just want to add her little eyelashes. I'm trying to see. They're more at the bottom usually. And this is where I'm going to see if I can weld it together. No, actually I think I'm going to do a close shape. You're going to do like... Okay, that looks a little crazy. Trust me on this. Make it a satin stitch. Oh wait, but you know... I mean, I do want it a satin stitch, but I don't want it to be all like this. Like, I don't want there to be a hole. Okay, let me trash that. What does it look like if we just do like this? Put it behind. I definitely need more than that. I guess what I could do... I already forgot that I said I was going to get off at 5. But Charlie... So it's almost like I need to redo the whole outline to go like make the little feathers. Which we could do. We could do that. That's not too hard. No, Ridley, off. Off. Thank you. Okay, back to the other thing. I might have to doodle this on my iPad and come back to it. Point, curve, curve. Point, curve, curve, curve. Point, curve. Ah. Fill this under here. Okay, so that's like what we want, but I want it to be more built in. to the rest of the eye, you know? But maybe we can, if we make that a satin stitch, maybe something like that. Let me do one more thing and then I gotta go. But if we do this and this, and then can we weld them together? Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. All right, I still want to edit that a little bit, but that fixes my problem. But Joey's gonna call me soon because he's off work, and I'm gonna go walk around the block real quick. But that's all for today. I again will have these patterns on my Etsy when they're done. Maybe the Charlie one, I'm not sure. Depends on if I continue with it or not, but I do want to continue with it. And if you're interested in buying any of my patterns or any of these embroidery files, I do have a coupon code for 10% off any of my patterns. And it's patterns, PATTERNS 2024. I think I spelled that right. But just patterns with an S, 2024. If you have any problems with it, let me know. But that'll work on embroidery files and sewing files and in the hoop files. And yeah, make sure to check out my Patreon. It's Link Kirby or Sword Kirby, so he's gonna get a little Link hat and a little sword, and you get a sticker with that. But thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. I like to have a nice little chill embroidery session, and if you guys are close to Tennessee area, check out OmniCon, their fan fest. It's on Tennessee Tech campus. But see you guys later. See you in the vlog Friday. Bye.